Hello everyone, good afternoon. How many people? Aspetta che non so se. How many people we are?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. 8. We are 8 participants to this session. Non riesco a capire. Aspetta, vediamo. Vabbè, ok. So if you are ready, we can start our session. My name is Piera della Morte, and I am the organizer with my colleagues Francesca Buglione, Maria Rosaria Angrisano, and Antonella Ragnolo. And I would like to present and to moderate this session, starting with the main theme of this section. That is how can cultural heritage become a catalyst for sustainable territorial development? This is one of the question of this session. So I have also my own presentation, so maybe I can start with my presentation. Okay, thank you. If you see the presentation, I can start. My research is centered on circular regeneration in a rural context. So the title is Circular Regeneration Pathways for Rural Heritage, the role of adaptive reuse across 18 European villages. I would like to start with an introduction based on the basis related to European policies that view on sustainability and circularity two priority axes for transforming the building environment. And from another point of view, another pillar is place-based approach concerning rural territories construction of development strategies. So why villages matter? Villages matter because they are a complex system of very different assets: heritage, landscape, community, and local economies, all integrated between them. What is lost when a village declines? The there is a loss of community, translating in the population, aging population, out migration of young people, loss of heritage that is very highlight on abandoned building, deterioration of historic fabric, and disappearance of traditional knowledge. Loss of landscape stewardship. So when there are no activities and traditional activities based on the landscape, on the use of landscape, such as agriculture or other activities, we have a lack of landscape care that can increase also hydrological risks. And last but not least, the loss of local economies. So we can say this deficit can be interpreted as the result of an anthropogenic void that is an aspect of territorial fragility. We noticed a knowledge gap. So, despite growing attention on circular economy and adaptive reuse, comparative studies focused on rural villages remain limited. And there is also a lack of systematic interpretation able to relating regeneration triggering factors, causes, and intensity and the nature of the strategies implemented. In light of this gap, the presentation the research present the analysis of 18 case study in Europe and in Italy. The aim of these studies is to identify recurring regeneration configuration in rural villages and investigate the role played by adaptive reuse. So the research questions are: how do European rural villages implement circular regeneration pathway, and which role does adaptive reuse play within these processes? We adapt a methodology divided into 5 steps. The first one was data collection. The second one was the construction of a concept-driven coding framework to compare this case study. The third one was a construction of a scoring protocol. The fourth one was the construction of a comparative database, and the last one was the data analysis. Into the first step, we can find also the purposeful case selection. The cases were selected to ensure landscape and territorial heterogeneity. And also to define different regeneration approaches. Data were collected through document analysis, including academic literature, planning documents, institutional reports, websites, and technical sources. So there were 311 sources. 18 European villages, all over the Europe, but main in Italy, because of it was simpler to find the documents, but also because these cases were really relevant for this theme, for approaching this theme. So these cases were different also related to the evolution of their economic activities. Here we can find a table in which we can see some kind of indicators, for example, past economy activities and present economy activities, and we can find the evolution. Someone who were focused on agriculture, and then they developed another kind of production that was agri-food or food industry, for example, or some other cases were focused on production of mercury, for example, and now they developed geothermal energy and digital technologies. So then move on the document analysis. This 18 case, the approach of the documents related to this 18 case give us some recurring theme that we can see on this network map. The main one is regeneration, but we can notice also some links from regeneration to resilience or to sustainability or heritage, reuse and community. The multidimensional perspective provides the conceptual foundation for our analysis and for investigating the role of adaptive reuse within circular regeneration pathways. Why these 18 European villages? So we can see 6 approaches that are characterizing these 18 villages. The second step was to build a diagnostic framework to investigate the system of cases triggering regeneration. So we can see the subdivision on structural drivers, precipitating factors, constraints, and catalysts. Someone are positive and someone are negative, obviously, and this framework is very important to understand why these regeneration processes were activated. The second one was the concept-driven framework related to strategic actions implemented. So there were the pillar related to the heritage, knowledge and innovation, new construction, building and spaces, environment and social social and economic dimension. And we can see all these strategies. This framework is the basis of the other development of the research, because from this framework we can build our matrix to create our qualitative comparative analysis. So the scoring protocol is so each variable were assessed using a 5-point scale based on the relevance or the intensity of implementation, the relevance of the trigger and the intensity of implementation emerging from the literature review. So we can see on the table below, related to diagnostic framework, we have a Likert scale, very relevant, from relevant to not all relevant, and we can translate it with a system of score from 1 to 0. And the same thing for strategic framework. We can see fundamental pillar or strategy absent. So the score, the relative score is the same. So for each village, we structured a system of trigger and a system of strategies implemented, and we applicate the scoring protocol for each village. So we add the material to build our matrix, diagnostic matrix and strategic matrix that merged construct the matrix based for our base analysis. The data analysis was structured on descriptive statistics, contingency table, and k-means cluster analysis. And then the theme of adaptive reuse of heritage was further explored through the construction of a binary matrix to identify reuse function, energy efficiency measure, the use of renewable energy sources, and the use of traditional materials or biomaterials during adaptive reuse interventions. The results. I have to say before explaining you our results that given the exploratory nature of the research and the limited sample size, the results should be interpreted as the identification of pattern rather than predictive classifications. So related to the frequency analysis, we can see that social awareness is the main catalyst that we can find. The second one was the recognition of identity value. And the third one, but it was a trigger, a negative one, we can see the erosion of collective memory, building stock decay, and socio-demographic decline. Related to strategic framework, we can see adaptive reuse and heritage conservation are the main strategies implemented. Then participatory governance, creation of public space, and network development are below. The correlation analysis reveals some important relation, statistically relevant, between socio-demographic decline and heritage construction. Also between adaptive reviews and the socio-demographic decline, but is not statistically relevant. We can define also conceptually relationships that are not relevant numerically, but are theoretical relevant. So we can see erosion of collective memories related to knowledge transitions and existing cooperative models that leads participatory governance, social awareness that can help the activation of bottom-up and co-design activities, and energy vulnerability that enhance energy efficiency. So there is move on the results. We can see the definition of 3 clusters that define 3 regeneration pathways. I would like to go faster because I think I have no, I can go slowly. Okay. Okay, thank you. So the results, we can see also the our focus on adaptive reuse related to functional mixity. That in all cases we can see the creation of public spaces and cultural center emerge as a recurring element. So this is a very relevant factor. Related to energy efficiency, we can notice that a low approach prevails, so a low-tech approach prevails. Related to energy production, we can notice a strong attention to landscape integration of this system related to energy production. The last one was the focus on material experimentation. We can see that a lot of villages implemented in their adaptive reuse intervention the use of biomaterials or traditional materials compatible with the traditional construction techniques. From cluster we can define regeneration pathway, as you can see on the slide. The evolutionary transition and bioeconomic metabolism, that is really important because we can see that strategies priorities are knowledge transmission, material experimentation, soil safeguard, water management, and renewable energy. So here we don't see adaptive reuse, but we see soil safeguard that is indirect related, linked to adaptive reuse. The second one is the reactive resilience and heritage recovery. This cluster describes the villages in which some problems like earthquake or hydrogeological problems create an emergency situation and the abandon and the decline of the village. And in these cases faced these problems using adaptive reuse of their heritage, historical heritage. Strategic governance and long-term vision is the last regeneration pathway in which we can see adaptive reuse using under a very long-term vision and helped by public and private investments. All through the regeneration pathway, we can see some cross-cutting theme recurring, but I have no time, so I will go very fast. I'm sorry for this. So the conclusion, we can see that the research highlights the adaptive reuse in synergy with soil safeguard represents a recurring element in regeneration processes in fragile rural villages, which are primarily based on the enhancement of existing resources. So the result we can see under the result of this research that adaptive reuse could be considered as a circular invariant for regeneration of these kind of territories, because adaptive reuse can involve a lot of benefit related to a lot of aspects like heritage and identity, economy regeneration, and so on. And we can see also the implications. The limitation of this study is the limited sample, the use of secondary sources, qualitative coding and fuzzy normalization, correlation that indicate associations but not causality, and the results are exploratory rather than predictive. Future research, the direction are to expand the data set, collect primary data and longitudinal evidence to assess long-term impacts, integrate quantitative indicators, obviously, deepen link between adaptive reuse and soil health and ecosystem services, and maybe future application on the framework in co-design activities. So thank you for the attention. I'm finished. Come faccio uscire? Sorry. If there are any questions from the room and from the virtual room? There are any questions? Also from the virtual room? So if we don't have a question, we can follow with the second presentation. Is here Francesca Guiglione for the second presentation?
Hi, hello everyone. I'm here.
Hi. Hi, Francesca. I will present you Francesca Guiglione from Naples, and she's presenting us. She's presenting us her presentation. You can share your screen.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen.
So her presentation is Heritage-Led Regeneration and Multidimensional Impact Assessment in an Historical Coastal City. The case of the community cooperative, identity and beauty in Sciacca, Sicily. So from rural territories, we move on coastal ones. So from this, I give you the screen, Francesca.
Okay, thank you, Piera, and let me know if
we have a problem with... Aspetta, perché non si leva questo?
No, ma non perché non si vede là.
Non si vede là. Just a second, because we cannot move the screen from... vabbè, lascialo così. Okay, Francesca, you can go.
Okay, I don't see you, so tell me if there are any technical
problems. We see it.
Okay, I start with my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, good morning, I'm Francesca Guiglione. I am a researcher from the CNR from Naples, and I present you today a research with my colleagues Antonia Gravagnuolo and Maria Rosaria Angrisano about heritage-led regeneration and multidimensional impact assessment in a historic coastal city, focusing on the case of the community cooperative in Sciacca, Sicily. So this research was developed within the framework of the Horizon 2020 project Biculture that investigates a concept of circular cultural tourism and how it can support the regeneration of remote and less known destinations. So we start with the ongoing the research starts with the ongoing transition affecting the tourism sector. And we can see that traditional tourism models have largely followed a linear development trajectories characterized by increasing visitor numbers, intensive resource consumption, and a predominant focus on economic growth. But this approach has contributed to the concentration of tourism flows, for example, in the most important visited destination of Europe and in a limited number of destinations, generating over tourism, pressure on cultural heritage, and also other environmental problems. At the same time, many smaller, less known historical cities or maybe rural area or coastal territories remain outside the main tourism circuits, despite they possess a very significant cultural and heritage resource, cultural and natural resources. So these territories should not be simply considered secondary destinations, but strategic opportunities for promoting more balancing the territorial development. In this sense, we promote the concept of circular cultural tourism that is based on different kind of approaches and perspectives. For example, we start with the human-centered approach that put people's well-being at the center of sustainable sustainable development, valorizing tangible and intangible values, and linking the people with the cultural heritage and with the tourism. And other important approaches are, for example, the circular economy and the urban metabolism that helps the cities to avoid the waste in terms of materials flow, for example, energy or water, or maybe underused built environment and so on, but also in terms of social and cultural resources. And we transfer the circular economy principles inside the tourism sector. And in this way, we can provide a kind of sustainable cultural tourism that generate long-term benefits, not only for visitors, but also for the host communities and the community and the cultural heritage. And in this sense, the heritage communities plays a very important roles in fostering circular cultural tourism, because following the principles introduced by the Faro Convention, cultural heritage is understood as a common resource whose value is generated through collective participation rather than through preservation alone. And in this way, different kind of stakeholders, for example, citizens or maybe associations, local businesses, institutions, and so on, can become active actors in the process of carrying the cultural heritage and managing the heritage. And in this sense, heritage communities can contribute not only to the preservation and conservation, but driving the circular cultural tourism that generate multiple forms of values. But generating multiple forms of value introduce a simple concept that the cultural tourism generate different kinds of impacts that are, for example, cultural or social or economics or environmental and institutional. And these impacts cannot be captured only with the indicators focused only about the tourism growth or economic results. And the current monitoring systems assess destination performance, focusing on tourist flow, for example, or economic results, and they did not capture the effects of involvement of communities, or maybe collaborative governance, and the production of tangible and intangible values. So that implies that to construct, to build a multidimensional evaluation system that go behind the traditional ones, and that go behind the traditional and linear tourism indicators, in a way to capture the complex relationship between heritage, communities, and tourism, especially in less known places. So our research starts from this point, and the research gap is that existing frameworks and tools provide valuable guidance, but still remains some important gaps. For example, circular economy principles have only recently been applied to tourism, but they still remain fragmented or largely conceptual. And also, existing assessment frameworks are mostly performance-oriented and do not capture the multidimensional impacts that circular cultural tourism consider, for example, as I mentioned before, environmental, social, cultural, economic, and so on. And for this reason, there is a lack of operational frameworks capable of supporting the self-assessment of destinations in the transition towards circular and regenerative tourism model. So the research aim is to provide a multi-criteria assessment framework that is capable of support self and co-evaluation of impacts to guide the sustainable decision-making process. And for test and validate our framework, we use a case study, a real case study in Shaka, in Sicily Island. And in this way, we provide a transferable and replicable tool for destination or policymakers or practitioners to monitor progress and to guide circular tourism transitions. The methodology followed 4 phases, and we start from the dashboard, the assessment framework that we build within the context of the Horizon 2020 project, so the Big Culture project, and we adapt this framework in the case of Shaka. We talk with the Shaka community cooperatives, in particular with the representative of the community cooperatives. And in the second phase, we adapt this framework with the co-selection of relevant indicators. And in this sense, we follow a very place-based approach. Because we choose only the indicators that are very relevant and important for the local strategy and the local context. The third phase is the co-collection of evidence. So we provide them also the data collection tools, for example, checklists or surveys, questionnaires, and mapping tools for collect the data. And the last phase was the co-evaluation and co-reflection. Through a series of focus groups, we talk with the community cooperative to understand the results of the impacts of their activities, of their projects, of the community cooperative, and to improve the decision over time, to monitor over time other impacts, and to orient and guide circular transition. So I introduce you the case of the community cooperative, Identità e Bellezza. Shaka is a coastal city in the Sicily Island in Italy. We can consider it as a less known destination, but a city with a great potential. And from the 2020 year, in Shaka operates a community cooperative that is a very great example of a community-based heritage regeneration, because they provide a very great ecosystem in the sense of circular cultural tourism. They established the Museo Diffuso dei Cinque Sensi, that is an open museum that considers the city center, the historical city center of the city, and they consider this ecosystem in which residents became narrators, hosts, organizer, co-producer of identity values. And also visitors are not considered as consumers, but they are considered as temporary citizens, because the most important things of this typology of tourism is that it became relational, experiential, and it linked the people with the place and with the cultural heritage. And this is the very, very most important things. So we start our methodological framework with the circular assessment framework made within the Big Culture project. It is built upon 6 dimensions, in which we created several kinds of criteria and indicators. Here we can see how the Big Culture dashboard looks like. We can see the dimension in different colors. We can see criteria, sub-criteria, indicators, the units of measure, and also the data collection tools, because as I mentioned before, we provide to the community cooperative also the way in which they can collect the data. And we co-select with the community cooperatives the most important indicator. We can provide, we selected about 15 indicators in all the 6 dimensions. And these are the phase of the co-collection of evidence. in which we talks with the community cooperatives to collect the impacts in the dimensions. These are, for example, the surveys that we provided to the community cooperatives. And here are presented the results of the activities and the experiences that the community cooperative with the Museo Diffuso gave to the community. And they provide different kinds of experiences linked to the cultural heritage. For example, they improved the welcoming services, they improved the hospitality, the events in Shaka linked to cultural area, for example, with food and wine experiences or local craft experiences, activities linked to the nature and landscapes, or maybe to the reopening of some heritage sites, hidden places, museums that are closed or maybe that are underused or abandoned. So they made up a very great intervention, and they built a very great experience ecosystem of the cultural tourism in this city. I gave you an example with the info point. You can see here on the left, the first image, you can see a template info point, and here we can see that they established not a very info point structure, but info point built on the local commercial activities, for example, bar or maybe ceramist. The people, the proprietary of these places, became the guide of for the visitors. And if visitors see this template info point, they ask to the proprietary of the bar or maybe of the ceramist craft to ask about where he can stay, where he can go, what kind of experiences he can do. And so in this sense, the people of the place became a very storyteller, became narrators of local identity, and are very involved in the tourism experience. And here I show you very quickly the results of the impacts in the 6 dimensions. And I mentioned before the cultural experiences dedicated to tangible and intangible heritage, for example, craft experiences. There are some ceramists that give you the possibility to construct your own product, or maybe food experience, heritage workshop, for example. You can do your own pasta, or other experiences linked to the traditional choral products, and so on. And also there is another important fact in the human and social dimension that is related to the contribution of the community to the regeneration of places. For example, Via Perollo, that is a street of the city center, in which the people try to do an intervention of regeneration with the enhancing the beauty of the street, adding ceramics or maybe plants or other products, and they keep the street clean and water the plants, and so in this way they show a very stronger sense of ownership and care of cultural heritage. But also they have economic impacts, because we can see a turnover, a positive turnover in local commercial activities, or maybe the born of new tourism enterprises, and so on. I go faster here because there are a large kind of positive impacts that they provided. But the most important things that we conclude with the last slide is that the Shaka experiences demonstrate that heritage communities can act as effective drivers of heritage-led regeneration by transforming residents into active co-producers of cultural value. And we have to stress the concept of circular cultural tourism that generated interconnected impacts and in benefits rather than the traditional tourism. And we need to measure these impacts through a multidimensional and multi-criteria assessment. And in this way, the evaluation became a governance tool in which, through which we can contribute not only to measure the change, but also to guide through more resilient, inclusive, and place-based regeneration strategies for less known destination. So I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So there are any questions from the room or from the digital room? While we wait,
Tell me if I ended the share the sharing of my screen.
No, we see your face.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. Your
I can hear you very well, Piera. Maybe you can go more near the microphone.
Because we have to check something. I think now you can hear me.
Maybe a little bit more better.
Wait, I try to. Now you can hear me.
Yes. Let we try to listen.
My question is which was the much more difficult indicator to populate and to evaluate.
Okay. Which are the? You asked me which are the more difficult indicators.
Yeah.
Okay.
Data finding.
Okay. The most difficult indicators to relevate is linked to the cultural and the social dimensions, and are linked to the perception of visitors, because there are some indicators that we couldn't taking into account in our selection with the community cooperative, because it was very difficult to do a great campaign of survey, a campaign of survey to the visitors, and also other economic or maybe institutional data that aren't so available to have in our time.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer and for your presentation. Now we go to the third presentation, and I introduce you Grazia Niglia. Grazia, are you here?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Grazia. Grazia presents us the paper called Strategy Design for Energy Self-Sufficiency in Historic Villages, Renewable Energy, Communities, and Circular Regeneration in Grecia Salentina. So, Grazia, the screen is yours. Grazia, can you hear me? I think we have a problem.
Yes.
Try to share your screen, please.
I'm trying to share my screen. Could you please confirm if you can see my presentation?
And now we can see your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize because I have some unstable connection today, so please.
You can start.
No,
Try.
let's start. Okay.
Grazia, sorry, maybe if you close your video, and
Yes.
you can use your Wi-Fi much better, I think.
Okay, I'm trying.
Yes, but share your screen.
Yes, of course. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
No.
No.
We can see. No. But before we see it, so if we have no other choice, open your video. But try to share it because maybe
I'm trying to share again. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe,
Let's start.
The screen is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon again, everyone. It's a great privilege to be here today. My name is Grazia Neglia. I'm a PhD candidate from the Engineering Department of Pegaso Telematic University. I am delighted to present our research, Strategic Design for Energy Self-Sufficiency in Historic Villages, Renewable Energy Communities and Circular Regeneration in Grecia Salentina. This contribution is part of an ongoing broader research activity carried out with my esteemed co-authors, Ferdinando Verardi and Ippolita Mecca, whom I would like to sincerely thank. Our research addresses a critical and often neglected nexus: how to reconcile the structural conflict between heritage conservation and technological innovation. In the fragile yet culturally rich landscape of Grecia Salentina, this is not merely a technical challenge, it is a question of territorial capital. We aim to move beyond simple decarbonization mandates to propose a systemic design-led roadmap for sovereign resilience. In the next minutes, we will explore how we can bridge the gap between European policy goals, such as the RED III Directive and the new European Bauhaus, and the operational reality of our historical rural territories. Have you... Okay, thank you. To provide a clear logical structure for our discussion, we will begin by framing the metabolic friction, the structural conflict between modern technological requirements and the preservation of historic built environments. We will then detail our design science research methodology, which allows us to engineer a social-technical artifact specifically tailored for fragile territories. From there, we will navigate through the multi-scale cross-case analysis, which provides the empirical foundation for our strategic approach. This leads us to the core of our proposal, a free action roadmap designed to mitigate systemic risk. First, the establishment of transition teams as a cognitive interface. Second, the implementation of civic crowdfunding within a circular financial loop. And third, the integration of digital twin monitoring to track human-centered indicators. Finally, we will synthesize these findings to demonstrate how this roadmap facilitates a transition toward sovereign resilience, transforming historic villages from passive assets into active autopoietic nodes of regeneration. Let us now frame the context of our research. Rural resilience across Europe is currently challenged by severe metabolic and demographic contractions. While the RED III directive mandates an accelerated energy transition through renewable energy communities, we observe a persistent systemic gap, particularly in southern Italy, the Mezzogiorno, where infrastructure scarcity hinders these sustainability transitions. This conflict creates what we define as metabolic friction, a structural clash between the carbonization mandates of the European Union and the conservation of our historic built environment. However, our research identifies this as more than a simple technological hurdle. It is a problem of procedural rationality. There is a clear gulf of execution between centralized regulatory intent and the daily practice of local communities. Consequently, the administrative complexity inherent in protected story villages often leads to a state of paralysis where the absence of integrated planning tools prevent any coherent mapping between policy goals and operational reality.
Sorry, Grazia, I have to stop you because we now can see your screen now.
Okay.
I don't know why.
If it doesn't not load correctly, I proceed without the PowerPoint.
Without presentation, okay, as you prefer.
Okay.
As you prefer.
Okay, then I. Okay. Moving to our core objective, our research aims to develop a decision support model that mitigates cognitive friction and the administrative barriers currently hindering energy transition in protected contexts. To achieve this, we reframe the historic village not as a passive monument, but as a vulnerable node within a broader territorial network. By applying circular economy models, we shift the paradigm. Cultural heritage is no longer a constraint to be preserved in isolation, but a new and non-renewable resources that acts as a primary driver for adaptive human-centered use. Consistent with the Faro Convention, we position the heritage community as the central actor in this process. Through our methodology, we formalize a roadmap that integrates the new European Bauhaus principles of beauty and sustainability with the specific sociocultural requirements of the Grecia Salentina region. This ensures that the energy transition does not lead to the erosion of local identity, but rather to its regeneration as a foundation for territorial health. To establish a rigorous scientific foundation for our work, we have synthesized a hybrid knowledge base which bridges academic literature with major international policy framework. The pillars of our approach include circular city models for adaptive reuse, the adoption of human-centered indicators for social well-being, and structured consolidation protocols for historic mass rebuilding, which are essential for ensuring technical robustness. This theoretical framework is applied to our paradigmatic case study, Grecia Salentina. Beyond its unique Greco-linguistic heritage, this region has suffered an unprecedented ecological shock due to the Xylella fastidiosa, which has devastated the olive landscape. This crisis has transformed a historic productive fabric into what we define as residual capital. Consequently, our study evaluates how a renewable energy community can serve as a strategic hub for circularity, not only in terms of energy, but also bioresources, effectively bridging the gap between necessary agricultural regeneration and decarbonization goals. To ensure scientific rigor and practical applicability, we adopted the design science research paradigm. This is an advanced engineering approach aimed at extending the organizational capabilities through the creation of innovative socio-technical artifacts. Our study operates across the three fundamental recursive cycle, or DSR. The relevance cycle, this root the research in the specific needs of the Grecia Salentina context, identifying field problems and system requirements. The rigor cycle, this draws upon the scientific knowledge base, thematic reviews, and regulatory frameworks to justify every design choice. The design cycle. This is the core of our intervention. Here, we engineer our roadmap not as a passive document, but as an active usability interface for territorial governance. Our focus lies precisely on the front end of innovation. Rather than limiting ourselves to passive monitoring of existing infrastructure, we configure the very architecture of the decision-making process. These methods allows us to provide a robust and replicable kernel theory, which is essential for navigating the complex regulatory and social barriers that characterize fragile territories. To understand how to transform Grecia Salentina from a vulnerable node into a model of regeneration, we applied the cycles of our framework in a synergistic manner. The relevance cycle serves as a true diagnostic protocol. It allows us to isolate the specific metabolic friction that characterize this region. The conflict between the need for energy reindustrialization and the duty to preserve the morphological integrity of the landscape. Following the devastating impact of Xylella fastidiosa, which eroded the local olive growing identity, our goal is to reintegrate the residual capital into the local energy cycle. In parallel, the rigor cycle consolidates the scientific foundation of our intervention. We have conducted a systematic thematic review, cross-referencing literature with international policy frameworks, including UNESCO recommendation on the historic urban landscape. This integration is fundamental. It ensures that our strategic actions are not arbitrary, but perfectly aligned with global standards for heritage conservation and participatory governance. In summary, Grecia Salentina serves as our testing ground, a sub-regional testbed where the theory of circular metabolism meets the complex reality of historic landscape preservation. To extract the replicable variables, we conducted a multi-scale comparative analysis of 7 exemplary case studies, ranging from Ferla and Mempignano in Italy to Scotland and South Tyrol. Our analysis reveals a clear dichotomy. On one hand, the incremental model, prevalent in the Italian context, where municipal leadership acts as a guarantor of institutional trust, facilitating access to funding for urban regeneration projects. On the other hand, radical models, such those in Scotland or San Giovanni a Teduccio in Italy, focus on the collective ownership of resources and the reclamation of ancestral rights over natural heritage as a form of territorial sovereignty. Despite these differences, both paths confirm a fundamental lesson. The success of energy community in rural areas depends on the ability to integrate heritage protection with forms of mutualistic management. This requires a neo-indigenous approach in which local actors are not mere recipients, but retain decision-making sovereignty over their own resources. This approach is not only more resilient, but also ensure that the value generated remains rooted in the territory, countering energy and social dependency. The heart of our scientific contribution is the strategic roadmap organized into 3 integrated actions. Our objective is to move beyond the passive, fragmented approach that often characterizes regeneration policies in rural areas, transforming it into a true systemic de-risking engine. Our framework operates on three interconnected levels: a cognitive interface, Action A, which facilitates administrative governance, a metabolic engine, Action B, which manages financial circularity, an evaluation interface, Action C, which ensures continuous monitoring through human-centric indicators. This integration is not coincidental. It creates a concrete pathway for historic villages to evolve from fragile abandoned assets into autopoietic nodes capable of self-generating energy and value, thereby securing the sovereign resilience necessary to absorb future ecological and socio-economic shocks. Action A introduced the transition team as our cognitive interface. This multidisciplinary unit acts not merely as a facilitator, but as a technical bridge designed to mitigate the cognitive friction stemming from the extreme administrative and regulatory complexity. Its primary mandate is to neutralize the risk posed by veto players, such as the heritage protection authorities, soprintendenze, by integrating collaborative multidisciplinary design processes into the early stage of the plan. In doing so, we transform what are typically perceived as an administrative wicked problems into manageable processes of human-centered engineering. The goal is radical: to ensure the compliance with heritage protection mandates is not viewed as an insurmountable barrier, but as design parameter integrated from the outset. In this framework, regulatory compliance becomes an integral component of project value rather than an obstacle to the transition. Let's move on to Action B, our metabolic engine. Okay. We are okay. In conclusion, our research confirms that the feasibility of renewable energy communities in fragile territories does not depend on technological hardware, but on governance architecture. At its core, the energy transition is a socio-technical process. The shift from passive conservation to circular proactive regeneration is not only possible, it is an imperative necessity for the survival of our historical rural landscape. We have demonstrated the need for a replicable protocol that shifts the concept of the risking from a purely financial dimension to a socio-epistemic one, where governance itself becomes the primary tool for risk mitigation. Looking ahead, our roadmap offers a scalable model for both the Italian National Strategic Plan for Inner Areas and the international frameworks like the new European Bauhaus. Whether in the Grecia Salentina or other vulnerable nodes across the Mediterranean, our model outlines a path where resources, autonomy, and cultural persistence converge. This model offers a robust framework for testing potential replicability throughout Europe's inner area, transforming present-day challenges into a unified trajectory of territorial regeneration. Thank you.
Thank you, Grazia. There are any questions from the room or from the virtual room? Because I am just one curiosity. Which was in your study the governance factor?
I'm sorry, I have some problem with the audio.
Sorry, so I think we cannot communicate much better than this, so I can go on. Sorry, grazie. Now I go to present to you the first presentation. So I ask to Aldina Sciotti, are you here? Albina?
Yes,
You
yes,
here?
yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
So I present to you Albina Scioti that presents us her work in multi-scale methodology for the circular regeneration of historic villages, cultural landscapes, and rural territories. So Albina, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Okay. You can see my presentation?
See, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm pleased to present our paper co-authored with Maria Rosaria Angrisano. Current regeneration practice in historic village and rural territories are often fragmented, building-centered, and are poorly integrated at the territorial scale. Intervention typically focus on isolated rehabilitation project, neglecting the border relationship between buildings, landscape systems, local economics, and community governance. This fragmentation results in slow regeneration processes, limited cumulative impacts, and weakening of perception of historic settlements and coherent territorial systems. An integrated multi-scale approach is therefore essential to address this limitation and strengthen historic territorial system. Existing studies often address heritage conservation, circular economy, and rural regeneration separately, with few framework integrating these perspectives across multiple scales. The main objective of this research is to develop a structured multi-scale and multi-criteria decision support framework for the circular regeneration of historic villages and rural areas. The framework is intended to support planners, researchers, and public administration in guiding early stage regeneration decision within a broader territorial and governance perspective. The framework was constructed through a theoretical synthesis of three areas of research: circular adaptive reuse and heritage conservation, rural and inner area regeneration, and evaluation indicators and multi-criteria decision support approach. These trends were compared in order to identify current analytical dimension, actor groups, decision points, and expected outputs. In this study, regeneration is conceived as an integrated territorial process combining heritage conservation, circular economy principles, community participation, and ecological transition. And with within this holistic perspective, adaptive reuse is embedded in broader landscape, resource and governance systems, consistent with the circular approach adapted to heritage-sensitive rural contexts. The proposed methodology comprises four interconnected phases. Territorial analysis, integrated diagnosis, joint scenario definition, and multidimensional evaluation. These phases form a logical sequence that transforms territorial knowledge into shared regeneration scenarios and comparative evaluation outputs. It's important to note that the methodology is not conceived as a rigid protocol, but rather as a flexible framework that can be adapted to different territorial conditions. Phase 1 focuses on territorial analysis and geoclustering to define the territorial profile of the village or network of villages. It identifies environmental, morphological, socioeconomic, and resource-related characteristics, recognizing homogeneous territorial units and local potential for circular regeneration. The outcome is a geocluster profile and a territorial resource map providing the knowledge base for subsequent regeneration strategy. Phase 2 consists of an integrated diagnosis and transformability assessment of historical buildings and the village system, evaluating conservation condition, performance deficiencies, vulnerabilities, reuse potential, and heritage values. The outcome is a transformability matrix identifying critical issues and intervention priorities. Phase 3 focuses on the participatory co-definition of circular regeneration scenarios involving key local stakeholders. The scenarios integrate adaptive reuse, public space regeneration, circular production chain, renewable energy, ecological restoration, and service innovation, supported by compatible, durable, and circular materials and technology. The outcome is a set of shared circular regeneration scenarios, along with the related materials and the technologies. Phase 4 represents the core of the methodology, applying a multidimensional and multi-criteria evaluation to compare regeneration scenarios and support decision-making. The assessment considers heritage, environmental, circularity, socioeconomic, and governance dimension through indicators and KPIs that enable scenario comparison and the selection of priority intervention. The objective of this phase is to develop a comparative evaluation of the scenarios and a basis for supporting decisions on the selection of priority intervention. Taken together, the 4 phases form an operational sequence in which territorial knowledge, diagnosis, participatory scenario building, and evaluation progressively interact to inform regeneration decision at various scales. In operational terms, each phase is associated with a specific decision support function. Phase 1 establishes a knowledge base using territorial data and geocluster profiles. Phase 2 identifies constraints, values, and degree of transformability. Phase 3 translates the diagnosis into shared regeneration scenarios. And phase 4 compares these scenarios using multidimensional indicators and KPIs. The sequence is intended to make the framework usable for both research-oriented assessment and preliminary planning process involving public administration, technical expert, and local communities. For this reason, the framework should be not interpreted as a fixed protocol, but rather as a flexible decision support structure that can be adapted to different territorial conditions. The framework integrates 5 core dimensions: territorial context, heritage and building stock, circularity, social and governance, and evaluation. Together, these dimensions combine territorial resource, heritage values, circular strategies, stakeholder involvement, and multidimensional indicators to support informed regeneration decisions. This framework is innovative in integrating multiple scale from building to territories and in treating evaluation and continuous decision support process rather than a final verification step. By linking technical decision choice with the territorial development, governance and community priorities, it advances circular regeneration approach for heritage-sensitive rural contexts. The main limitation of the framework are that it hasn't yet been validated through real case studies. Its indicator and KPIs require context-specific refinement, and its transferability depends on data availability, institutional capacity, and effective stakeholder participation. Therefore, further research will focus on validating the methodology through case studies, developing context-sensitive indicator system, and integrating multi-criteria and life cycle assessment tools to verify its robustness, operational effectiveness, and transferability. In conclusion, this research proposes a multi-scale decision support framework for the circular regeneration of historical villages and rural territories. The framework integrates territorial analysis, diagnosis, participatory scenario buildings, and multi-criteria evaluation into a single decision-making process supporting context-sensitive regeneration strategy. Although still requiring validation through case studies, it provides a flexible methodology that can be adapted to a different territorial context and further strengthened through context-specific indicators and life cycle and multi-criteria assessment tools. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you to Dina. I have just a curiosity. How the decision maker can use this framework?
Piera, I'm sorry, the audio is not good. I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
You cannot hear me better now?
No,
No.
I don't understand anything.
I'm sorry, Dina. Now we have some technical problems, I think.
Okay.
You cannot understand anything.
No.
Sorry. Per vedere se quelli che stanno lì ci riescono a dare una mano. Grazie, scusa. Che? Here. Ah, ecco, proprio là.
Albina, can you hear me? Ah, per forse si deve accendere.
Io il computer da cui microphone off.
Albina, can you hear me now? No. Sorry, can you help me? Please. If you know, can you help me, please? Thank you. Now can you hear me, Albina? No?
Yes.
Now, okay. So I would like to know just how decision maker can use your framework in concrete. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
It's better now, but it's not clear. Okay.
Not clear. How decision maker can use your framework in concrete?
Okay. It's decision maker is on various level, and some decision makers are referred to buildings and its state of conservation, and other to the context. And the classify of geocluster.
Okay, thank you, Albina. I hope everyone can hear me better now. So now I will introduce you the last presentation. Antonia Gravagnolo, are you here? Antonia?
Yes, do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I hear you, but the question is, can you hear me?
Yes,
So,
I hear you. I hear you.
okay, perfect. So I will present the last one, the last presentation, Antonia Gravagnolo from CNR of Naples, with her presentation by the title Co-Design, Alternative and Adaptive Reuse, the case of Church of the Holy Name of Jesus in Moncalieri. So, Antonia, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all the speakers of previous presentations. That was very interesting to hear all of your works. So now I present a work that we have developed together with a research group between CNR, National Research Council in Italy, and Politecnico di Torino, Torino Polytechnic, and Pegaso University. So the topic of this research is the adaptive reuse of cultural heritage, and especially of religious heritage, the Church of the Holy Name of Jesus in Moncalieri, which is a small city nearby Turin. So this is this work, this research was developed within a national research project, which is called TREE, Supporting the Transition to Ecological Economy in Italian Cities Regeneration, Circular Models Tools for Reusing Architectures and Infrastructures. So here in this project, we have worked on operationalizing guidelines for the adaptive reuse of cultural heritage within a circular economy approach, in direct continuity with the Horizon 2020 project, which was funded between 2017 and 2021. And then we continued from the European level to the national Italian level to make operational the guidelines and the research topics and results. Here we start with the paradigm of the circular city that is based on the reduction of waste and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, which are like the byproducts of an industrial economy and post-industrial economy that is based on consumption and waste, production, consumption, and waste, and on the use and mostly overuse of natural resources. So circular cities are cities that are organized in a way that wastes and emissions are avoided and reduced ideally at zero. How through the reuse, recycling, repairing, remanufacturing, and so on of all the materials that we already have in the city. Cities, in this sense, can become a source of secondary materials that can be always reused in a new cycle of production. A part of the material aspects, there are also immaterial aspects related to cultural and social outcomes of circular organization. So in this sense, the circular economy applied in cities is able to regenerate cultural resources and recreate synergies between different stakeholders in the city to better cooperate and to become competitive at a more global level instead than within cities and regions. So here, all this approach of the circular economy is also adopted in the reuse of cultural heritage and cultural resources in the city, as cultural heritage is often also in an abandoned state and less maintained, because especially in Europe we have a lot of cultural heritage resources, and we need a lot of financial resources to keep them in good maintenance state. But this good maintenance state is also related to the use. Too many times in Italy, we observe that cultural heritage buildings or sites are renovated from the technical aspect, material aspect, but then they remain underused or abandoned. So this is an issue of governance and of management of cultural heritage, which with this project and this research, we have tried to approach and to address. The objectives of this project are to demonstrate the convenience of reusing historical heritage in the context of this circular model that I was telling, and to develop and validate an operational tool to support decision-making for the adaptive reuse. Thus, we have experimented evaluation methodologies together with communities, in which communities become active part of the entire co-evaluation approach, and they have an active role in the decision making. We have had in this project 3 pilot areas. The first one was the port area in Napoli, southern Italy. Then the historic city center in Salerno, another city in the Campania region. And then we had the case study of religious buildings in the area of Turin. So Moncalieri was the city selected for this experimentation. Why religious cultural heritage? Especially because religious heritage is, let's say, the most important part of heritage that we have in Europe, with thousands and thousands of religious buildings built over time, over history, and now abandoned because the religious motivation was declining more and more in the last century, and those areas and buildings were remaining mostly abandoned. Every city in Europe has abandoned religious heritage, and what to do with these abandoned buildings is very tricky sometimes, because the communities do not have the capacity and the finances to really take care of this heritage, and also the uses that you can do of churches or religious buildings are not all allowed, let's say, in the sense that either they are still under the religious use, or even if not, those buildings have a particular significance, a particular symbolic value, meaning for the communities, and they cannot be used for every kind of use. For that reason, we have tried to experiment in Moncalieri. You see here the location of the case study that we have identified. Moncalieri is a small city of around 50,000 people. And here you see the picture and the plan of the building that we have taken as a case study. This case study was suggested directly by the local stakeholders, because in Moncalieri we had a first workshop in 2024 and second workshop in 2025 and 2026. Here we have discussed with several stakeholders to identify the building that had a great significance, a great value, memory for the community that was in an abandoned state. So the initial phase was the expression of interest from the community itself. And then we have structured the problem, producing a knowledge framework around the church. So collecting information, documentation, and every kind of background information that we needed to prepare the ground for a co-evaluation experiment. Then we had adopted a business model approach to the reuse of this church, because the business model includes different aspects that are related to the governance, to the finances, to the uses, to the communities. And of course, we have worked with communities to identify the values that they let's say that they attach to the building, the value that they recognize in this building. So we have conducted a workshop based on this business model Canvas instrument, and the business model is here included as a circular business model, which means that it includes other layers that are not always included in economics studies, which are the communities as the main beneficiaries for this. So we have not only the clients as the classical business model, but really the communities as the beneficiaries. And then we also have as the resources the environment, the materials, nature resources, historic city center. So on the other side of the classical business model Canvas, we have all the resources and the ecosystem that provides resources for the building. And also in the sense of the cost and benefit, we not only have cost and benefit in financial terms, but also we have social, cultural, environmental impacts, negative and positive. So we have managed to identify different scenarios of possible reuse of the church with different uses and functions that could be included in the church, also analyzing which are the financial returns or social return for the community or cultural returns, both for the owner and the community. Here you see the initial SWOT analysis that was conducted with the stakeholders, main stakeholders involved. So we had a selection of a small group of stakeholders, but all very important in that case, because they were the owner, representation of the owner, then the representation of community, the representation of the municipality, researchers, experts, professors from the University of Turin. So we had really high-level expertise at the table. And so we managed to identify the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and structuring the problem, identifying the consistency, the maintenance issues, context issues, and social issues. I don't stay long on this because you have done on the paper too for all the details. But in general, so these four categories of main issues to be solved were identified. Then we went to another step of the business model construction, and we worked through two main steps. One is the participatory co-design workshop, and then we complemented the results of this workshop with semi-structured interviews aimed at validating, refining, and contextualizing the preliminary outcomes. Part 1 was dedicated to the one-day participatory design workshop, in which we had 4 phases. The first one is the imagination phase, imagining the church as a full active space in year 2035. So this is a classical exercise of future visualization in participatory environments. We triggered, let's say, the fantasy, the imagination of the stakeholders at the table to think about the use of the church in 20 years, 30 years. Then, or 10, 15 years. Value mapping was the second step. So which are the values that they identify in this particular vision. The stakeholders mapping, which are the subject that can contribute to that vision. And then the economic and organizational sustainability, identifying the revenue streams, possible revenue streams, also the costs, categories of costs, and how all these can be balanced in a sustainable way to avoid that, for example, the church would be renovated, spending an amount of resources and then being again neglected and abandoned. So to avoid all this, we need a management plan, we need a use and reuse plan, and we need the support of the communities and stakeholders that become not only the co-creators of value, but also the co-users and co-beneficiaries of these values. Part 2 was dedicated, once we have concluded with the workshop and identified those main steps, Part 2 was dedicated to the interviews with the key informants, and they were selected between the important stakeholders that could really provide relevant information and also have an active role in the future implementation of this vision. 7 interviews were conducted with a semi-structured format. Each interview focused on 3 main topics. One is the potential future functions of the church. Second is the which local stakeholders and partnership could be generated. And third point, the conditions required for long-term sustainability. So 2 dominant narratives emerged from this exercise. First one was the, let's say, the anxiety of stakeholders about the new closure or loss of vitality of the church. So everyone wanted really that this church would not be closed again after all the effort that could be done for its reopening. And then also, what was the vision for the future? The imagination of the church as a living hub for creative, performative, and relational activities for the community. So we had like activities suggested for with the involvement of artists, performative arts, but also creating a point, a place where the community relationships could be rebuilt, and also intergenerational relationship could be built. Moncalieri, as many cities in Italy, has an aging population, and the new generation, the young generations, are really detached more and more from their cultural heritage and their traditions, let's say. The church could become again in line with its significance and cultural value for the community. Could become again a place in which intergenerational relationships could be built again, and new relations within the community could be found. So we have mapped the values identified by the participants in this research, cultural, social, and economic values as well. And then the stakeholders mapping was identifying different institutional networks, factors involved in education, culture, and lifelong learning, and also proximity economic actors. I mean with proximity like the shops, the commercial activities of the proximity areas. So everyone could really benefit from this renewal of the historic center, starting through the reuse of the church. And this intervention could be included also in the idea of the municipality of a cultural city, also through the candidature for Moncalieri as a capital of culture in Italy. So you have here like the synthesis of the business model canvas in this sense. You see that this is not a traditional canvas only in economic terms, but we have the functions and the activities, the target audience and community, the stakeholders, the governance and the rules, sustainability and expected impacts, apart of the value created for communities, which is the most important starting point, and the vision for the site. So you see here we have all the different aspects with more detail, but I don't have enough time to really go more in depth to all. But in any case, yeah, we see that at the end, 4 strategic areas stand out for the renovation and reuse of the church. First is the demand for a third space that is neither institutional nor commercial. So not a space where you need to pay for entering at in any situation, but also not an institutional space like a museum or a government activity functions. The community has expressed the interest for a space that is third between those 2 extremes and that is really open for every person to enter and to participate and to contribute with different activities proposed. This space is not present at the moment in Moncalieri. And for this reason, they really expressed the need of having such a space in the church. Then the second point was the educational and intergenerational function of the church. As I was telling, this issue of the detachment between the older agile generation and the new generation was really very much felt by the stakeholders representing different networks and communities. So a space where educational activities can happen and intergenerational relationships can be strengthened. Third aspect, very strongly, was the environmental and identity-based characteristics to be reflected in the church program. The environmental aspect was really important for all the stakeholders, and the identity of the church, identity of the Moncalieri city as a whole, to be reflected in the program of the reuse of the church. And then the fourth point was the governance and programming continuity. So to have an intervention that is not spot and not just a collection of events, for example, in the church, but really a continuity of a program that could really involve different associations, groups, informal activists, everyone who has a stake in the use and reuse of the church. So the governance was identified as a risk factor if this program was not conducted in the way that they also proposed. That said, the experimentation that we that we had was embedded in the concept of the Faro Conventions, that the heritage community carries an implicit governance implication. It means that the community is really the key actor also in the governance of the reuse and valorization of cultural heritage places and sites and buildings. And there is not really an authority that will decide everything and do everything for the others, but really the community needs more and more to take ownership of the local heritage, especially for those buildings that are minor heritage, but very, very significant for people. For which the official resources are less, but with the good management project and good reuse project, also private and public investments can be leveraged. In this sense, also the municipality confirmed that eventually new resources could be put on the table, let's say, to recover the church and to make this a hub for the community. So in this sense, the experimentation was positive, interesting, and it was able to demonstrate that through a structured community effort and involving the key stakeholders, an issue like the use of this small church could be still addressed in an effective way, all based on the governance and management model that is grounded in the community values, desires, needs, and capacities. The methodological contribution of this research lies in the application of the circular business model canvas as an instrument for structuring and operationalizing the co-design process. So we not only applied multi-criteria evaluation for the co-evaluation of different scenarios and supporting the stakeholders in identifying the best case scenario. But also the business model canvas explained in the sense of a circular business model was able to support all the phases of the participatory methodology by focusing the stakeholders' view on what matters. Within the Faro Convention, the methodological choice has another significance because the canvas is not a blueprint for a heritage product, but a map of a heritage community information. So the heritage community is not done, is not something that is already there and you can use it, but the heritage community should be built together with all the people that are interested, and it is a step-by-step process that can be long and can be really let's say time-consuming, but also very effective. So it's not something that is very short to build. Yes, please.
Sorry, I asked you to go to the conclusion close because we are a little bit late.
Okay, yes, I just concluded.
Sorry.
I just concluded, so we have reflected a lot on the results of this project and this experiment, and together with the other case studies that we had in this project, we have defined participatory methodology that can work and tools that can work to support communities and owners of cultural heritage buildings in less used state to manage better cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Antonia. there are any questions from the virtual room. I have just one curiosity. According to you, how can you read the difference between the expert evaluation and the participatory citizen perception about the scenarios, the different scenarios?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So actually we had predefined criteria based on the previous research on the focused on the elements of success of a good project. So in previous research, we have analyzed several case studies that were considered successful. We have, in the CLICK project, we had more than 120 case studies all over Europe, and also at the national level, this project was analyzing additional case studies. So we had predefined the criteria and indicators to identify the factors of success of a project. So based on the preferences collected during the stakeholders workshop, we were able to suggest the impacts of different scenarios and support the communities to choose the best scenario based on the outcome and the future impacts that we could foresee based on the previous experience.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. So I think we can close our section. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. See you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I was even you by the microphone because I'm connected in the session in my computer. I hear you perfect. So it was something there, not here. Okay?
Sorry for that, but
no, but we.
I cannot understand that you can hear me. So thank you very much. No, certo. Quello schermo, quello che vediamo noi. Ma adesso c'è questa sessione? Sì. Leggi salvato? Sì. Ok. Loro sono le... no, lei è la CER. Perché vedi? No, net ti conviene poi quando devi parlare. No, perché io non sapevo. Sì, allora da casa vedono questo, mentre lei vede avanti. Sì, lei vede cioè, la modalità. Quando la presentazione intendo va bene là. Però sì, invece quando moderi devi scegliere. Pronto? Si sente? Sì, vabbè, adesso sì, ora perché siamo...
Sì,
adesso
okay.
però comunque si sente bene.
Okay. You can talk there, okay, because they are...
Secondo me era un problema di...
They are listening, okay. They are
Lo spengo adesso? Va bene. Sì, vediamo dopo. Grazie. Ora devono condividere, però mi fai molto sì. Okay, so I'll just sì, non c'è che poi doveva mangiare. No, io abbiamo preso. Vuoi qualcosa? Grazie. Arrivo subito. Tranquilla. Questa cosa è tutta online, proprio mi piange il cuore, veramente. C'è per un però allora mi dispiace. Perché fosse tutto lei sarebbe meglio, perché tutto si servirebbe meglio, si servirebbe anche meglio, ma per tutti, per tutti davvero.
Bisogna dire che l'anno prossimo di preparare le sessioni sono online. Le sessioni in presenza e poi la parte le sessioni online. Sono online, certo.
Mas quando é que está? O microfone é o que vocês chamam de microfone. É isto que está a subir de microfone. Mas o que é que deste? O HD. Mas não está. Está a sair por ali. Pois, isso foi uma ideia. Mas está. Se quiser aproveitar, talvez seja melhor agora.
Mas está bem. Não. Só cheguei agora a estar usando.
Ok. Isso está a funcionar. E o som também era bom.
Isso aconteceu quando eu mudei a webcam. Eu mudei a webcam para a canal e o sistema deixou de sair o som todo. Isso foi estranho.
Porque a rede da minha então não está. Isto é assim, isto, portanto, ele está, o USB-C o que é que está a receber?
Está alimentado.
Mas é da câmara ou é isto?
Não.
É o USB-A? Ah. E por aí também vem a imagem. Mas então ela deve ter Thunderbolt.
Não.
Mas Thunderbolt. Portanto, ele não deve conseguir ligar as duas, o HDMI e o Thunderbolt.
Não, isto vem para o USB. A canal liga para o USB.
Mas tem que usar. Isto não é. O computador tem que ter Thunderbolt, senão não liga. Antes não era uma.
Não trazia tudo.
Exatamente, não é?
Sim.
A partir é que ele não consegue ligar com o HDMI e este.
Não, mas aquilo está. Pois.
Isto aqui, não é?
Isto aqui sempre ser pelo HDMI.
Eu não sei. Só estou aqui. É que a câmera tem relação aqui. Mas se tirar, deixa de receber daquela, porque aqui tem que ir para ali.
Sim.
Não é o HDMI está transmitido ao projetor. Não é? Esse está transmitido ao projetor.
Sim.
Exatamente. E também emitir som, não é? Porque o HDMI no fundo suporta som.
Pois,
só que é estranho é que o som está indo para ali.
Pois, e essa é a diferença.
E se por acaso? Posso abrir aqui as configurações.
Pois, eu já estive aí nessa.
Mas do computador, não aquele.
Já estive aí nessa também.
Um dos problemas numa altura em que o João não conseguia pôr lá em cima o som era justamente porque ele configurava aqui o som direito.
Sim.
Só que aqui o sistema não estava configurado.
Eu ia fazer.
Este é o daí.
Este é que não devia ser.
Pois, e este também deve estar.
E este é a mesma coisa.
Igual. Não todos igual.
Igual. Isso aqui é estranho. Parabéns. E outro este. E então.
Ele deve estar ligado para o computador.
Para aqui. Ele sai daqui.
E este é o computador, só que não sei.
Não aparece o HDMI depois.
Não é? Ele não está a reconhecer o HDMI como som,
Sim,
só como imagem. Ele está a mandar a imagem, mas o som,
inicial.
talvez, não é? Talvez seja. Okay.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me from the virtual room? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon again. My name is Giovanna Conco, and we are going to listen for presentation in this session, in which are 4 papers coming from 3 different workshops. The first one is Circular Ecological Heritage Communities, Regeneration and Evaluation Strategies for Historic Villages, Landscapes and Rural Territories. The second workshop is Smart and Sustainable Island Communities. And the third is Urban Space Accessibility and Mobilities. Let's go to the first presentation. The title is Co-creating Circular Tourism Action Plans in Remote Heritage Sites, Evidence from 3 Scottish Castles. The authors are Antonia Gravagnuolo and Patrizia Riganti. And so I don't know who is the speaker. Antonia, okay, so Antonia, the floor is yours. Antonia, are you here? Can you hear me? Antonia?
The microphone is muted. Yes. Her microphone is muted.
Antonia, can you switch on your microphone, please? Antonia, can you give us some sign of life? Okay, is there Dina Jovanovic here? Okay. Yes, Dina.
Do you hear me?
Okay, Antonia. Are you here? Yes,
Yeah?
okay. Thank you very much. The floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Okay. So give me just 1 second.
Yes.
I organize this here. Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Do you see my screen? Sorry, but I have some technical issues. I didn't hear you.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay, good. Okay, so I will start. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting us in this session. Sorry, can you?
Yes. Are you still here, Antonia? Antonia? Antonia, maybe we can switch with the second presentation. So
Hello, do you hear me? It's not working, sorry.
Yes, we can hear you. So, Antonia, sorry. We switch on the second presentation, and then we will come back to you next, okay? Can you switch off your microphone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, but we hear a lot of noise also.
Yes, it was working before. Now it's not working anymore, but it's not my laptop.
I can hear you, but also I hear a noise.
Glielo sto dicendo. Sì, c'è.
Altrimenti le diciamo di aspettare e dopo vedere. Okay, so Dina, are you here?
Yes,
Okay. Do you mind if I give you the floor? Okay, hello Dina. Dina Jovanovic. The title of the presentation is Regenerating Historical Landscape and Environmental Heritage through the Municipal Territorial Plan in Lombardy. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Dina.
Thank you. Just give me a second to set up the presentation. Just confirm that you can see.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So today I'm going to present something which maybe is not a groundbreaking in terms of the methodology or the data we use, but this is exactly something we discussed throughout the paper. It is innovating and it's important to be documented and shared because we, in one of the first cases in Italy, is that we decided to enter in a collaboration to development of the new municipal territorial plan. Since there is a lot of Italian, also it's called PGT or Piano di Governo del Territorio. It is a specific governmental plan for in Lombardy. Other, of course, regions within Italy, they have different rules, but this one is specific to Lombardy. And we made a collaboration through Politecnico di Milano, two different departments of the urban studies and the built environment to create this plan together with external groups together with the external groups and other professionals. Of course, I'm going also to talk about limitations and challenges of applying our methodology in our academic point of view to something which is very rigid, which is determined by the rules and by the legislation of a planning documentation. So our study area and then an application area was Desio. Desio is in north of Milan, as you can see on a map. It is a medium-sized municipality. We are talking around maximum 45,000 people. It was very important regional position because of the roads, because of the industrial development, which happened in the outskirts of Milan, and major agricultural and religious center, as it was a parish of the whole area historically. Heavy industrialization, as I said, bringing lots of factories which are producing furniture, textile, completely de-homogenized historical center, fragmented the remains of cultural heritage, which was very important, agricultural and rural heritage, but also noble villas. And therefore, now we have very mismatched environment and kind of a lost cultural identity. This PGT, as I said for short, so the Municipal Territorial Plan, was the most important territorial plan on the municipality level, but who doesn't know and doesn't understand Italian context, all of this it's influenced by the provincial level and then a regional level. So we are having all these province, then we have a region, and then we have also a national rules. this multi-governmental framework, we try to understand and to push for the cultural heritage as one of the main catalysts for urban regeneration, which has been proved time and time to be very effective. And we also understood in talking to the municipal, also political figures and also planning figures, that they will rather orient themselves to the reuse, to the readapting, repurposing the land and the buildings, rather than creating a new project from the scratch. So, as I said, Desio still has small fragmented parts which are recognized in the past few decades. And one of the biggest is Grubria Park. It's a system of parks, as you can see on the right, which Desio as a municipality holds the biggest part of hectares of a percentage of that park. It's a park which is linked, and it holds a different typology of land, which was very important to preserve. Of course, we leaned on the regional laws, on land consumption, and on the redevelopment of degraded and free areas. You will see later what I meant for that. And as you can see through ortho photos, this municipality, as most of municipalities here and in this province and around and outskirts, they are featuring heterogeneous urban fabric and with the very mixed qualities. So we can see just one of the challenges. I'm going to present you three main challenges that we had. One of them was of course, rapid industrial growth. How we evaluate that, how we present those data to municipality is not that they do not know about historical documentation, but it's very static. So we are having a picture of a map, but we don't have the structured database which is created with the GIS or throughout the ontologies, toponyms, and this is exactly what we created. So we connected different historical orthophotos and data and historical cadastres to understand what are remains of that land which can enter into the urban regeneration plan which we were proposing. So progressively we can see that this is one of the Parco Titoni, it's called. It's part of the residential noble villa, and you can see gradually how it becomes smaller and smaller. Or we are having this disconnected heritage. So what do we do with a heritage such as rural heritage? This is a particularly farmstead in Italian. It's called cascina. It's specifically a typology of this region. But you can see what happened in 70, 75 years. So we're having a completely different context. So how we preserve as a location and as a tangible heritage, and also something which is called intangible heritage, or actually leaving that space. As I said, we have data and planning gap. So these are different surveys and the representation of historical documents. We can see here in the bottom corner next to the photo here, this is the cadastre from the 1863. So it is the cadastral map doesn't come only in an image, it also comes with an explanation with its register. But here we don't notice anything of that. So we are having an approach of the municipality, the lack of structure, the lack of educated professionals in this, then we are having this kind of result. From all of these problems and challenges we faced, trying to understand how to reframe and how to integrate not just the natural heritage, so remains of the land, which was very important for the area, but also the traces of built heritage, which are these farmsteads, as I explained, but also churches, oratories, and structure between that, so an element which is kind of a not natural but not built, are the rural roads. So in Italian here it's written strade vicinali. They have a special purpose. They're the local roads that go across the fields. So how to create a system of the urban regeneration and connect all of these things. This was the main research problem, and the question was how our GIS-based historical and spatial data. So we did some, first of all, synchronic and then diachronic study of collected material from historical and archive sources to the historical material of the municipality itself, so of the planning documents from 50s, 60s, and 70s. And then how we can integrate that in the urban and landscape regeneration. An objective, of course, was move this. Okay, was to demonstrate that this GIS methodology, but also the relationship and targeting specific parts within the municipal territorial plan, can bring to reconciling what is a part of the government and what is a part of the legislation, natural development, so gray infrastructure mostly, and contributing into the municipal ecological network, which is shortened for REC, that connects this fragmented heritage without jeopardizing actually any other plans or, let's say, stayed in the past. We evaluated this methodology that was together with the municipality, and it was together with our group of research through PESTEL, because we found it as a strategic framework that suits the best to our cause. We really needed this legal part of our study. So SWOT wasn't working. We tried to find something which also it's going to trigger the question about the politics and policy and about legal documentation and standardized practices, because all of these elements and all the data collected were according to standard and to the standard of the Lombardy. So the way that they're named, categorized, and placed inside of the GIS. And we also triggered the economical part of this study. Methodology, very briefly, because this wasn't the topic. We also, the topic, the focus, as I said before, wasn't on exactly getting into the methodology, but presenting what was the outcome and also what kind of a part of methodology, what is our focus and why this focus worked. And we started with collecting, georeferencing historical cartography from 18th century till the present. So we have a vast amount of data together with the Statal Archive, Municipal Archive, regional geoportals, vectorization, so vectorizing them inside GIS, because currently they're just an image, the raster, connecting them with their descriptive elements, attribute tables, and then actually we can compare them between each other. When we have this multi-layered GIS database with the historical and current data, we applied different pastel analysis on different levels of the economic, legal, and environmental factors that we got as the indicatives from the municipality. We developed the strategies that are aligned with different. RER is the regional ecological network. Then with the provincial, as I said already, all of these documents, they work on a multi-jurisdictionary system, so they all need to be satisfied to continue to the very local level, and then to embed these outcomes into legally binding PG documentation for the next 5 years. We arrived with the studies. This is purely from the vectorization of different historical maps and orthophotos. As we can see, the expansion from 1722, when is the first Catasto Teresiano, till the last one, which was the last of the previous millennia orthophoto taken. So we can see this vast expansion of Desio that was very stagnant until 50s, when that industry came and then blossomed. So, but we finally discovered what is 300 years of territorial data. And that was important because not anymore we are just guessing or we are presenting the static data, but we can actually do maps like this. We can trace the local roads and try to understand where the actions of a slow mobility to our urban regenerative network can pass, and their confrontation with the rural architecture. So what is happening with this relationship between built natural and this connection architecture. Just to give you some numbers, so in a municipality of Desio, we have 41 cultural heritage buildings. I want to say that here also the border of municipalities historically changed, so something can be just outside the municipality. So that is why we have a broader image to try to understand what is happening also in the vicinity. But inside of the borders, 41 cultural heritage as listed. 9 are listed in a category of religious and rural architecture, and 7 are farmsteads. As I said, this specific type, which was very important for us to integrate into network. This is what was proposed before. So in a variant of 2021, that now it's absolute, and we are waiting the publication of the new one, which already has had scoping and had the public presentation. But we are having this. So we are having zones, and we are having the way of representation of the buffer zones, but without much understanding of a single element inside. So we are having territorial redevelopment areas, urban redevelopment areas. So we started from this and we said we can make it better, but we need data. And that's why we tried to focus on underdeveloped free soils, to integrate them into our network of urban regeneration of a landscape, to tackle critical issues which are, I think, worth mentioning for all of us. It is definitely worth for a municipality, but it's also a very big question in the rest of the world. It's, of course, climate mitigation, natural water absorption and filtration. So trying to disperse, as you can see, this is heavily built, and there is lots of concrete and impermeability. So we needed the resilience. Forests and parks help slow rainwater infiltration. So we created a system, a logical system of where the water goes and controlling the soil temperature. That's why there was developed Municipal Ecological Network, REC. This is a direct result from this multi-layer GIS in confronting cadastres and the temporary data. It is based on the landscape, recreational, and ecosystematic interpretation. So we took into consideration, yes, historical information, but also now the area. So you can see the difference between this map, which is a zone, and this map, which goes much deeper into the development of what kind of agricultural area, what kind of existing green we have, what kind of areas, how many cycling roads, how many pedestrian roads we can have in green corridors. This, of course, all connects to the higher levels of planning. It is designed as 2 concentric belts. So here it looks fragmented, but reading the legend, and later I will show you a merged map, there were two belts which are surrounding the municipality. So we needed something that connects the dispersed heritage assets. And our biggest problem was Pedemontana Highway. Pedemontana Highway is a private project on the north of municipality. If you can see my arrow, maybe you can see up, I'm showing you, it is the portion of the highway that should pass in the very north of the municipality, where there is a very rich agricultural land. So, as I said, we tried to, we couldn't completely stop, of course, but we tried to mitigate this gray infrastructure by proposing and by actually giving a reason and a context to this landscape and the built heritage, which needs to enter inside of this municipal ecological network. Also, I said cycling and pedestrian paths as a slow mobility, as a experiencing and as an accessibility to this area was also a very important social-cultural connector. Outer belt had woods on a northwest boundary, partially, and as you can see down, 100% of the recovered new forested surfaces belong to historically positioned ones. It was very important because also the typology of trees that we find there, mulberry trees, were very important. Otherwise, we are also having, and of course, just to mention the wood belt, which is going in a northern west. So it's that one where the highway passes by. You can see it here. It also provides the ecosystem services, which are a crucial part of the municipal green ecological network. And within the municipality, we had a park belt. So inner and outer. Park belt also created and connected different, not just farmsteads, churches, and historical assets, but sport activities, leisure, and environmentally important services, and connected also municipal and privately owned areas. So this is the confrontation between historical land use and ecological zones. So we managed to recover and to propose recovery of 100% forested areas, which result as forest on the historical cadastre of 1863, Catastro Lombardo-Veneto, and to propose another completely different system of experiencing connecting these areas. I will give you some numbers. So we have 142% of increase in ecological green areas. 100% of historical cultural assets are connected by a cycle network. Attention, maximum to 100 meter of distance. So those of 41 listed are all connected within 100 meter of distance. More than 80% of park belt and a forest belt, or wood belt, as you want, is accessible to citizens. So we are talking about a very, very small amount that is not. And usually it's adjacent to the highways or a big or a railway. And we are having 3.5 kilometers of existing routes and another 7.4. So we doubled the plan cycling and the footpath using this historical network of rural roads. So not still using the system that already existed. As I said, repurposing. To conclude, we are trying to demonstrate that bridging this academic governmental gap is possible, but until certain legal frameworks are met. This is currently we followed also not just the municipal indications, regional and provincial, but also different SDGs, European heritage frameworks, and other ecological networks examples in Europe. We pushed a lot the heritage-led generation. This heritage in small municipality is not extremely famous, or some of them it's very deteriorated, but it is very dear and it's very important to the residents. And we have some very quantifiable benefits that we hope potentially can improve on a long-term carbon shortage and the water regulation. Giving the example that there is another road passing very close to the urban center. So I think this is a very important mitigation strategy to give something back. For future work, as I said, the times are slow. So we had the screening, we had the presentation, the citizens were extremely interested, and now there is a time of monitoring and redefining the indicators. So trying to understand what worked and what didn't work, how many of the free underdeveloped spaces areas we actually managed to integrate, to prepare database for a municipality to be ready for the updates for the next plan. Try to find another case study and reapply and scale this approach. Further digitalization, we did digitize certain documents, historical documents we found in the religious and municipal archives. Most of them are not digitized because they're local, they're very small. So there is the further job to do that, and to control the grey public infrastructure development and its impact to the citizen and to the municipality. As I said, the acknowledgements, we are acknowledging everyone who worked on this project. It was a big team from Politecnico, but also we had the external acoustics and valorization teams. And we worked with the municipal planning office and the technical area. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lina. Thank you. Let me mention the other authors of your papers, Martina Molinacci, Davide Cerati, and Daniela Oreni, if I'm right. Are there any questions in the room, in the virtual room? No? I have just one curiosity, if I can.
Yes. Hello.
So, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I was wondering, in your experience, what is the most critical factors in translating the GIS based knowledge into actual planning within the municipality framework? If you can tell us some words. Thank you.
So, by our experience, there is a lot of convincing. So, more data we had, more ready we were to demonstrate that our strategy was good and that we are sustained not just by the pure idea or academical love towards the protection and the urban regeneration, but we actually were supported into the proof and the evidence that we held. So that is one thing. The second thing is that it was slightly difficult to deal with the GIS in the terms of we had the different groups. So group dealing with the cultural heritage, so everything historical. We had a group dealing with the current data, so population, mitigation, schools, education, green areas, free spaces. We had a group dealing with sound, pollution. So those are all individual projects. In one moment, we needed a team, and that was quite difficult of us, let's say, externally, to decide which data are dependent from each other. Probably all of them are dependent from each other, but that wasn't the goal. Trying to understand and to systematize and to pick exact data that are going to make the best project. So we had also some surprises. That's why we integrated sport structures into it, because first of all, it wasn't part of the urban regeneration led by heritage, but we discovered that not just that the sport activities are very close, very well frequented, but a lot of pedestrian routes passing through the heritage interest zones were passing also through the sport activities halls, which are quite big and quite used even in neighboring municipalities. So that was something that it was unexpected, but it was difficult to create the systematization.
Thank you very much, Lina. Thank you again.
Thank you for your question.
Sorry?
Thank you for your question.
Thank you again. So let's try again with Antonia. Are you here, Antonia?
Yes, do you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
So let's try. I just remind the title, Co-creating Circular Tourism Action Plans in Remote Heritage Sites, Evidence from 3 Scottish Castles. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the technical issues before. I hope that you hear me well now.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm going to present a research done with the University of Glasgow, Professor Patrizia Riganti, and me. My name is Antonia Gravagnolo, and I work at the National Research Council in Italy, Institute of Heritage Science. This research comes from a European research project, which is the Horizon 2020 Biculture, Beyond Cultural Tourism project, which I coordinated between 2021 and 2024. This was a selection of case studies in Scotland with the collaboration of Historic Environment Scotland, which is the heritage authority responsible for the management of heritage sites in Scotland. Sorry, I don't understand what is going on. Do you see my slides?
Yes. Yes, Antonia. Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Yes. Okay, I do like this because I don't understand why it's not working. The rationale of this research is grounded in the management aspects for remote heritage sites, and especially castles in Scotland, which are very famous all over the world for their particular atmosphere, location, and their cultural value, because they represent an ancient civilization which was building those manufactures, those buildings over centuries. These heritage sites are really remote in Scotland and very difficult to access, and they have significant cultural value for local communities, but not only. So they are basically tourist attractions, but also they represent cultural identity of places. What is the issue? That the communities, local communities, struggle to convert this heritage value into broader territorial benefits. Some of those castles are locations for movies, for different cultural activities. However, the real value also for local people is not exploited at the maximum. And also the tourist activity going on in that places is either not really valorizing the heritage sites or focused only on movie and niche tourism. Heritage management should reconcile conservation, accessibility, climate responsibility also, and local benefit. The Historic Environment Scotland, which is the local institution, has issued a policy, a strategic policy document that is the responsible tourism framework, which should help the local communities in better managing heritage and better managing also tourism flows, balancing over tourism in certain locations such as we have Edinburgh, in which a castle of Edinburgh is full of tourists, and there is one. This is one of the over-tourism examples all over the world, and other castles are less known, less accessible, and less visited, of course. So the core challenge here is to move from principles of the responsible tourism framework to action and what to do regarding those heritage sites. Here, based on the big culture research, we were identifying the three main conceptual lens. One is circular tourism, so applying the circular approach, circular economy approach to tourism, which was the focus of the Big Tour project, to retain a recirculate value, to maintain the value in the local areas, so to avoid extraction of values from tourism industry from the place to other entities. So to trying to maintain the value of heritage through tourism in the local areas and for the benefit of local people. So recirculate these values, resources, and capacities within the destination, and also reduce wastage, reduce the under exploitment of the resources within a circular approach. Then we have the responsible tourism, which is based and focused on accountability, inclusion, local benefit, and environmental stewardship. We will see the pictures of those castles. They are included in the beautiful environmental areas and also very sensitive areas with sensitive biodiversity and landscapes that need to be maintained and preserved, as well as the built heritage. And then the third conceptual lens is the action plan. The activities that we have conducted have involved local participants and local stakeholders into the definition not only of the issues and needs of the communities, but also in identifying the actions that should be put in place for enhancing the management of heritage and tourism activities. So to translate the evidence into place-sensitive priorities and implementation things. let me go on with the books. Okay. So here are the 3 castles that we have had as main case studies in Scotland in 3 years of work. The first year we have worked at the Doune Castle, the second year at the Carlaverock Castle, and the third year at Blackness Castle. The Doune Castle is the most well-known of those 3 because it is setting for fantasy movies. And there is a niche tourism activity which is not really very niche because it attracts thousands of people every year. And on the other side, Carlaverock Castle is really a remote area nearby the secondary Glasgow University venue. And Blackness Castle, you see, is on the coast, on the remote coast of Scotland, and it's really difficult to access. However, it's very well conserved, and it could potentially attract a lot of visitors and also be place for community cultural activities. So the priorities are different between all those castles. For the management, but the methodology was shared. We have worked with the students of the circular tourism course of the University of Glasgow, and they have analyzed the castles, the setting, the context, both from the economic point of view, but also from the cultural and social and environmental point of view. And the students have collected a lot of information also regarding the different indicators that were meant to be used by the managing authorities, in this case, Historic Environment Scotland, for the better management and better monitoring of tourism flows and also of the impacts of tourism activities for the local communities. The methodology is common to the 3 castles. First step is the documentation of the context conditions and site evidence, so visitors dynamics, access, conservation state, services available or not available, missing, and so on. Second step was based on identifying evaluation tools such as indicators. So based on 4 different types of capital, economic, financial capital, cultural capital, of course, social capital, and human capital as well, and environmental capital. Based on those categorization, we have identified with Historic Environment Scotland the indicators that were mostly suited to the specific case, and applied the responsible tourism principles to co-design specific action plans. So the third step was the organization of co-evaluation workshops and also, I could say, co-creation, co-design workshop to build together the action plans. So stakeholders, students, experts, and managers of the heritage sites were involved. The fourth and last step was the building of the circular tourism action plans. So identifying which actions could be feasible and could be effective to put in place to enhance the management of the places. So key issues, priority, action fields. The research questions were related to how can circular and responsible tourism principle be translated into a place-sensitive evaluation process, and how can a shared framework generate differentiated priorities across different contexts. And also we were asking ourselves to what extent can the approach be transferred to other heritage destinations. So the idea of working on 3 different castles was also to compare and to benchmark the results, to come out with a methodology that is really transferable and comparable throughout other heritage sites. So regarding the main issues and variables or indicators observed, we have for Doom Castle as the main issues, main problems, the visitor concentration, seasonality, landscape fragility, and tensions between conservation and reuse of the building. So you see here, as I was telling, there is more concentration of tourists, a particular type of tourists that want to find fantasy-related services and places. So also the tourism services to be put in place are quite particular. Then the indicators and variables observed here are related to visitor pressure, seasonal patterns, access conditions, landscape degradation, local benefit potential, and interpretative orientation. On the other side, Calabria Castle, the issue was more the remoteness, the fragmented visitor offer, the weak integration between the site and the wider destination that is a larger area and especially a beautiful landscape and biodiversity area. So the castle, let's say, is like the least of an entire area which has particular meanings and values. So here we have observed accessibility conditions, connectivity, destination integration, local services, mobility opportunities, because of course mobility is an issue and we needed to understand through data and indicators all those aspects, and visitor experience diversification. The third case is Blackness Castle, that is the one on the coast. Here we had accessibility barriers, infrastructural deficit. It means that the public services and public transport were really lacking, and the main means of transport is the private car. Weak local capture of spending. People come for just one visit of 1 hour, 2 hours, and the real capacity of attraction of this place is not exploited at maximum. And community tensions also between because of those lack of management capacity there. However, also the local managers were very much involved, were very much aware of the difficulties of the barriers, and they were open to discuss with the stakeholders during the workshop that we organized. So the variables observed here was the public transport conditions, accessibility, interpretative provision, so how to interpret the value of this heritage and to identify new services, additional stories, storytelling, narratives, and activities that can be related to the castle. Local spending retention and regional collaboration potential. So to include this castle into a network of many different cultural attractions that are in the area. So you see here one of the pictures of the workshops.
Sorry, Antonia, may
Yes?
I invite you to go a little bit quicker because we are very, very late. Thank you.
Yes, sure, for sure.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
I was going to explain then the results of all this. I was focusing on the methodology because this is the main result of the research. A part of the action plans, but also really the methodology was tested and the indicators were tested through the involvement of the Heritage Authority which gave a very practical side of this research. So we had 3 stakeholders workshops, one for each site, around 100 people involved, 45 students, 90 indicators selected and analyzed, collecting the relative data, and 3 action plans generated for circular and responsible tourism involving the different institutions, students, researchers, enterprises, and practitioners. The challenges observed were then leading to some planning implications, which are different from each case study. However, we can, as said, identify a common path in the sense that the methodology was used and the step-by-step process was effective in leading the community to really come out with feasible plans. So about the results, for the Doom Castle, the action fields were related to managing the visibility of this particular castle and the landscape fragility. So examples of actions were visitor redistribution and reseasonalization, or like action fields. This is more than actions, then we have all the details. Low carbon access and route options, local economic recirculation, interpretative diversification beyond screen tourism or movie tourism, and conservation compatible visitor management. So to balance attractiveness with resilience. Then for Calaver Castle, it was more focused on the destination identity and positioning, sustainable access, multi-site visitor experience design, community engagement, and environmental and circular infrastructure, as this area was, I say, the biodiversity area, very, very important. For the Blackness Castle, it was more related to connect this castle to other heritage places and to create a circuit of cultural attractions in the area, not only for the visitors, but also, of course, for the residents, and to revitalize the cultural life in the area, focusing also on transport, responsible access, inclusive access for all, and interpretation, off-season programming, and the decentralization of visitor spending, not only the castle, the ticket for the castle, but the entire area. And this requires a regional collaboration and green operations, which was started also during the workshops that we had. So here to conclude, what this study contributed to operationalize the circular and responsible tourism framework, so to make it really concrete and practical for the Heritage Management Authority. The evaluation, posing the evaluation as a co-governance tool that can support and help all the stakeholders to understand the data, understand the indicator, and see the whole picture instead than only their particular view. Finally, the transferability, adapting, of course, at the single cases, the transferability was very high, and we see that every time that we try again the process, it is really working. So Historic Environment Scotland is now starting an internal process to institutionalize also the results of this research. I think I concluded here. Okay, so I think that's all. If you have any question, I'm here.
Thank you very much, Antonia. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. Are there any questions in the room? And from our virtual audience? No? I have just a curiosity. So I understand that the engagement of the local community is very important, also in these remote sites. did you experience difficulties in the engagement of local communities? How do you face with, I guess, little communities?
Yeah. Okay, so thank you for the question. Actually, the engagement of the stakeholders was facilitated especially by Historic Environment Scotland. So this is and the institutional heritage management authority, and it means that they have already well established networks because they manage directly the places. So they were able to really leverage the interest of stakeholders together with the participation of University of Glasgow, which is a well-acknowledged institution, and also with the National Research Council and the presence of a European funded project. So this was the starting point to manage to really identify and invite the key stakeholders that have a managing role, that have a practical, active role in the co-management of the areas, of the castles. And also in those cases, there were active networks already community-based, let's say bottom-up created, that were very glad to be involved in all the activities, so that they were taking ownership of the entire process. The students were doing their part for collecting and systematizing really a lot of data. And it was a very professional work done from the students' side, actually. And also very good training for them. So they will become future professionals in this. For example, I'd like to highlight a success story. Let's say that one of our students, after the first workshop in the Doom Castle, he was allowed as a trainee at Historic Environment Scotland. And now he has a role inside the institution. So it was really a virtuous process in which the communities were also taking this ownership of the action plans and also the responsibility of bringing forth the actions after the workshop ended. And yes, of course, the community is the starting point, because institutions not always have the resources, human resources, financial resources, capacity in general to really deal with all the heritage sites. So communities are key for the preservation and for the effectiveness of the measures put in place. I hope that I answered to your question.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Antonia.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So let's have a switch. Now, if Maria Serena Pisino is in the virtual room, it's better for us to go to her presentation. It is the last virtual presentation, and then the last presentation of this session, my presentation, will be the fourth. Serena, are you?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So, the presentation is titled From Ephemeral to Permanent: Street Experiments and the Evolution of Historical Urban Landscapes. The authors are Chiara Garau, Andrea Manca, Francesco Pinna, and Maria Serena Pirisino, that is our speaker. Serena, I invite you to be on time, so 12, 15 minutes, okay, 12 minutes if you can. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, good evening, everyone. Today I'm presenting our research entitled From Ephemeral to permanent street
Sorry,
experiments
sorry,
and
Serena. Serena, we can't see your presentation, your the
Yes.
PowerPoint, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, it's
Thank
okay.
you. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So, okay, and okay, sorry, just a moment. I have a problem. Okay, and okay. Over the last 20 years, urban planning has undergone a paradigm shift. From the pioneering Parking Day experiments in San Francisco in 2005 to the emergency responses detected by the pandemic, street experiments have evolved from grassroots guerrilla action into a consolidated tool of tactical planning. The core issue today is not merely the temporary intervention itself, but its capacity to generate long-term transformation. The challenge we address is bringing the gap between these ephemeral trials and structural planning, a transition that is particularly complex in the consolidated context of our historical city, where regulatory rigidity and the value of heritage demand an extremely delicate approach. The street experiments defined by the scholar Luca Bertolini as intentional temporary intervention that modify the spatial configuration or regulation of a street. The ultimate goal is to overturn the classic vision of the streets, moving from a street for traffic to habitable space for people. Our research activities start from two essential questions. Question. What design peculiarities favor the transition for temporary to permanent? And how can these conditions adapt the conservation constraints of historic centers? We conducted a comparative analysis of three distinct European models, three historical and stratified cities such as Paris, Barcelona, and Milan. Paris, with the program Revenons Nos Places, in this process, temporality is embedded into an institutionalized governance framework, and the process follows a rigorous protocol: observation, co-design, and stabilization. Paris' strength lies in its ability to transform the trials into a definitive project through systematic stakeholders engagement, mitigating social resistance. Barcelona, with the Superillas, and we analyze the process that act on the urban scale of the Cerda grid. while effective is in reducing traffic, we noted a tension between the tactical nature of the intervention and the monumental scale of the historical fabric, making it difficult to translate the text into an architecturally coherent urban form. Milan, with the process called Piazze Aperte, offers a model based on a rapid prefiguration using light street furniture and vibrant colors. The administration tests the feasibility of a new layout in real time. And it is an high-speed feedback loop that allows the measuring public consensus before investing in an expensive and irreversible infrastructure. A nodal point of our study considers the historic city not as a museum artifact to be protected under a bill jar, but as a dynamic laboratory. And we argue that conservation should not mean freezing, but rather adapting to contemporary life. Temporary experiments act as a clinical test in this sense. They allow us to inject innovation into fragile fabrics without immediate irreversible intervention. By introducing reversible change, we can evaluate how the community responds to innovation, making urban transformation a participatory process that is less traumatic for the heritage. In conclusion, the transition from temporary to permanent is not linear. Success depends on three pillars: design quality, integration into long-term strategic vision, and active community engagement. Finally, the street experiments are not an alternative to urban planning, but an evolution of it. It is an essential tool for transform lived experience into sustainable urban form. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Serena. Sorry, we are very, very late, so we have no time for questions, but thank you for your presentation. Okay. And then let's switch to the last presentation. It is my presentation. For 5 minutes. So my presentation is about a topic definitely less romantic than the previous. The title is Towards Smart and Sustainable Management of Construction and Demolition Waste in Island Communities. This research has been run by University of Cagliari and the University of Genoa. So the study investigated the current states of construction and demolition waste management in Italy and France, with a particular focus on island regions, aiming at identifying key barriers, opportunities, and strategies to support more sustainable, resilient, and circular construction and demolition waste management. We know that construction and demolition waste is a major waste stream with about 40% globally, and the management is very complex due to waste material heterogeneity, regulatory requirements, the need for selective demolition, and for recycling processes. There are, there are a lot of European projects which have analyzed this problem, but these projects focused on methodological approaches. So there is still the need for further empirical evidence on how construction companies actually implement these methodological approaches. And this is the focus of our study in the Italy-France maritime areas. Okay. So why islands? Because challenges related to construction and demolition waste management are expected to be amplified in island contexts, where we know isolation and limited infrastructure increase costs. But we also know that these constraints can also create opportunity to experiment with innovative and localized solutions. So the main goal of this study is to identify operational practices, economic factors, and critical barriers, and to point out differences between Italy and France in managing construction and demolition waste, as well as between island and mainland contexts. This research has been run within the Impact Plus project, developed within the Interreg Italy-France Maritime Program. And you can see the regions, French and Italian regions involved in that project. Our analysis is based on a structural survey administered to construction companies. The survey was designed to collect consistent information from companies operating in different regulatory, territorial, and organizational contexts. Overall, we obtained 21 responses from Italian companies and 17 from French companies. This is not a big we know this is not a big sample, but in our opinion, it is enough to be a basis for future plan and works. The survey is structured around 7 current thematic areas: company identification data, such as geographic location, number of employees, and so on. Operational profile of the companies, for example, if they work in a residential construction sector, regulatory compliance and planning, operational waste management, human resources involved and critical issues perceived by the companies, treatment, disposal and documentation problems, again perceived by the companies. And last, circular economic practices, such as the use of recycled materials. The survey responses were harmonized through a process designed to ensure comparability across countries and thematic areas. So the categories were standardized, the qualitative responses were coded thematically. The cross-border taxonomies, such as waste type and cost category, were aligned, and the resulting dataset was used to develop descriptive statistics and comparative analysis between Italian and French companies and between island and mainland territories. Let's go fast to the results. Overall, we noticed the prevalence of small and medium-sized enterprises, and this is also confirmed by the analysis of the annual volume of construction and demolition waste generated by the companies, which is low. It is interesting to note that a significant number of companies were unable to estimate their waste production accurately, and this is obviously a big problem. Regarding costs and practices, the analysis reveals that transportation is the most significant expense component, and this is not surprising, especially for island regions where distances and logistics constraints strongly influence the overall cost. Landfill disposal represents also a relevant cost factor, while recycling is still gaining importance. Regarding the use of recycled materials, it is interesting to note that this is an emerging practice, but still in an heterogeneous and unstructured manner. It is noted that several companies still use the recycled materials only occasionally, and this is influenced by the current limited availability, the costs, and also the concerns about the technical performance of these materials. The analysis of the perceived critical issues identifies several recurring barriers to a sustainable construction and demolition waste management. The main are the high operational costs, the limited availability of treatment facilities, and the complexity of administrative procedures. There is also a lack of trained personnel and difficulties related to documentation and traceability. The comparison between Italian and French companies highlights relevant differences, mainly driven by regulatory frameworks and organizational maturity. French companies show a more structured and standardized management, while Italian companies display more heterogeneous and often less formalized practices. If we compare island and mainlands, we can see that islands experience higher infrastructure costs and operational constraints, while mainlands experiments better accessibility and more developed systems. And these show the strong impact of geographical context and the need of targeted strategies and of cross-border coordinations. Okay, sorry, this was the correct slide of the comparison of island and mainland companies. In conclusions, our analysis highlights that construction and demolition waste management is shaped by structural, economic, and territorial factors. And despite the limited sample size, key limitations emerge as organizational and systemic, including weak data tracking and fragmented practices, while high transport and disposal costs remain the major barriers, especially in island context. However, these constraints can also drive innovation, positioning islands as potential laboratories for circular and decentralized solutions. A systemic approach combining regulation, technology, and organizational capacity is essential. And I go fast to the end of this presentation. Recommendation. Based on our findings, several actions can be proposed. First, it is important to improve internal organization and data management within companies. Second, digital tools should be promoted to enhance traceability and monitoring. Finally, policies should support pre-demolition audits and the use of recycled materials, as well as decentralized solutions to reduce transportation needs. further works, the implementation of material flow analysis models and decision support tools to help companies in the management, both from the technical and the administrative and operational point of view. Implementing training activities is gaining importance. And finally, the engagement of stakeholders, most of all of public administration, which are, in our opinion, the actors that can strongly drive the management of construction and demolition waste towards circularity and sustainability. Thank you. Sorry if I go so fast, but we are very, very late. I think we have no time for questions. So thank you. Thanks to all the participants, all the speakers. Thank you for all interesting presentation, and see you next year, I guess. Thank you again.
Okay.
But there's no one at home, so how can
Agora
we
não
know if
está
it's
mesmo.
working?
Vai.
Bye.
Não tem o som, não está a sair. Ah, ainda está a ligar? Ah.
Okay.
Azul.
Devia estar a sair no sistema.
Depois devia estar.
Mas o estranho é o sistema estar a sair aí, não nos colunas.
Pois, mas está. É estranho.
Depois
fica assim. E aqui.
Yeah, come down on speakers. The microphone.
Yes, the microphone is.
Yeah, also come down.
Okay.